All right, check, check, checkity, check, check. Are we live? Are we going? Are we rolling? And we are live. Where's our headphones? Right here. I'm gonna try and put this on without... Hopefully we won't have another bad hair day. That's fine. Hey, how's everybody doing? Who do we got in the house? I see Becca. I see Tyler. I see Katrina. Hello, everybody. Flower Dragon. Oops, she'll be back. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit for people to get in. How are you all? How was your week? How's it going? How we doing? Whoa. What is the hair doing? It's hot. It's not hot here. I'm freezing. Call me blessed, I guess, to live in a place where it's like 60 degrees on average right now. I see Cassidy. Hi, Cassidy. We got an interesting stack of things going on today. It's a little unreal, honestly, just looking at all these topics. First one we're going to get into is Ben Shapiro talking about the Barbie movie, which I'm actually really somewhat looking forward to. Not really to see Ben Shapiro, but just to see the ridiculousness of this. I've been holding off on this for quite a while, so it's going to be a raw reaction, my friends. Katrina says it is 99 and it feels like 104. We had the hottest day on the planet on the 10th of this month. I don't know if y'all knew that. I believe it was July 10th of this year. Hottest day on Earth. Okay, no. So July 3rd through 6th. It was the warmest days on record. I think it was something like in Death Valley, it was like 130 something, like 133, like almost 135 degrees. Like, that's insane. The average worldwide temperature was 17.18 degrees Celsius, 62.9 degrees Fahrenheit. So pretty much the coolest places on Earth were at 60 degrees that day. That's how you have to think about it. I'm used to the camera being here now. It's over here. Um, so yeah, imagine like the coldest places being like 60 degrees. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Oh, that's good. Katrina says, I am so lucky. The company I work for provides water and lets us take frequent breaks. That's good. There's a lot of places that like to cut. I can't remember what CEO cut what, like For what companies? It's right at the tip of my tongue. But somebody pretty much voted out, like, water breaks. It was ridiculous. I think Susan knows more about that. All right, my friends. We got 3 interesting subjects today. We got Ben Shapiro talking about the Barbie movie. Because you know how Ben Shapiro loves to give commentary on children's shows. Um, as if it's like really serious. And Trump indicted for the 3rd time. Things are getting really interesting there. And then I want to go over the alien stuff because that is quite an interesting thing happening right now. Why? I don't know. I don't know why this is happening, but it's happening and we are here for it. So grab your drinks, grab your snacks, sit back and relax. And don't forget to pay the like tax. I don't know, I was just trying to rhyme, but please like the live stream. Hello, Hope. Hope, did I say hello to you? Hello. I think I did, and I just forgot. Or I didn't. And now I'm just remembering. We're the aliens. Yeah, I hear people keep saying that. I guess in a way, if you could word it a certain way, we are kind of aliens, but not really, because this is a holos of our own inhabiting, making and inhabiting, so we're not really alien to it. We may have become alien to ourselves, which is why we do interstar actualization, integrating of the shadow self, the mirror self, and the power self, all very psychological, of course, no woo-woo. That would be a way to look at it, is we have become alien to ourselves. But I have a ton of skepticism about, like, aliens and things like that, of that nature. I'm not very generous. I'm trying to work on being more generous, but towards things like that, but for the most part, nah. So what do y'all think? Should we get started? I'm Ben Shapibo. I have not seen this. I've been putting this off for quite a while. Already, I'm like, first of all, he could have done the due dignity of just arranging the Barbie, facing forward and put the arm down. I don't know what he's trying to do there. This is already toy abuse. Standing there looking like Sid from Toy Story. Let's go. I haven't. Has anybody seen the Barbie movie yet? I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to see it, but I'm going to wait till it comes out of the theaters, because I'm not going in the theaters to see that shit, and I'm not paying $30, so I'm going to wait until it's much cheaper. If it's not like $5 to rent, I don't see it until it, like, comes out free, like, the next year. But I don't know if anybody's been, like, seeing it lately. I like the trailer. I like the concept. It seems really interesting, really self-reflective, and kind of aligning with the concept of becoming aware of yourself, awakening to a new state of consciousness. So I'm really intrigued by it. Becca says, no, I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting for it to come out of the theaters as well. Yeah, there was only one movie I had to see in theaters, and that was Little Mermaid, and I liked it a lot. I mean, it wasn't like a perfect movie, but I did like it a lot. It was definitely worth seeing it in theaters. But otherwise, I'm assuming nobody's seen it. All right. Let's get started. Let's rock and roll.
Theaters seeing Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both of them. I'm going to tell you which one of these is the best blockbuster of 2023 and which one is maybe the worst.
Hey, Cassie, you came just in time for us to watch Ben Shapiro pretend to be funny.
Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both of them. I'm going to tell you which one of these is the best blockbuster of 2023 and which one is maybe the worst.
I bet he loved our movie, right, Ken?
For those of you who can't wait that long, I'm going to give my review of the Barbie movie in the most Oppenheimer fashion.
What the Run.
Okay.
So the things I do.
Already, we're off to an interesting start.
For my audience, my producers dragged me to go see Barbie the movie, and I have thoughts. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Let me begin with my generalized assessment of the movie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog shit piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop a landfill filled with dog shit. It is one of the worst.
Well, probably because it's mostly made for kids, but, you know, or people that just enjoy it. But, like, why are you, like, this is like like the Daily Wire is a major show. I'm just really, it's, I don't know. But Ben, I'm short circulating here. Ben just, like, really has problems with, like, kids shows for some reason. Like, he can't just, like, take it at face value. Oh, I didn't even, like, show us. That's funny. Let's start over.
Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both of them. I'm going to tell you which one of these is the best blockbuster of 2023 and which one is maybe the worst.
I bet he loved our movie, right, Ken?
For those of you who can't wait that long, I'm going to give my review of the Barbie movie in the most Oppenheimer fashion.
What the Run.
So the things I do for my audience, my producers dragged me to go see Barbie the movie. And I have thoughts. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Thoughts that nobody asked you for.
Let me begin with my generalized assessment of the movie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog shit piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop a landfill filled with dog shit. It is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Well, it wasn't made for you to like.
It is a horrific movie. The only thing that can be said for this film is production design. The production design is really nice. The costumes are really nice. Also, it's really hard to screw that up. It's really hard to screw that up because you literally have this to model after. All you have to do is this, but big, okay? It's really not tough. But put aside all of the beautiful costumes, which is there for the ladies, and all of the production design and the Barbie universe and all of that. Every joke that happens in this film happens basically within the first 45 seconds of the film. So, for example, Barbie turns on the water and there's no water. Ooh, because, you know, like in Barbie house, there's no actual water. Do you get it? And then she drinks, but there's no actual liquid in the actual cup. Oh my God, because she's a Barbie doll. Oh, I get it. Okay, that's all the jokes. There are no more jokes for the rest of the film. The movie's a shit show. Okay.
I have no words. Like, it's supposed to. That's the idea. That's the humor. If you don't like that, that's fine. It's just a fucking Barbie movie. It's like, Jesus Christ. He acts like it's supposed to be like the pinnacle of film, like the absolute head of everything, like it's the new James Cameron. Like it's just a fucking Barbie movie.
So, conceptually, the movie is a show. I want to ask this. Who is the intended audience for this film? Who's the intended audience for this film?
Children. Children and adults who accompany the children to see the movie. It's not intended for you.
So I'll tell you who the intended audience for this film is, and I can tell two ways. One, the previews on the film, and two, the people in the audience. So the intended audience for this film is moms and their 8-year-old daughters. That's the intended audience for the film. I know because the previews for the film were all kids' movies. I'm talking like G or PG rated kids' films. We're talking like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Trolls 4 or whatever it is. Those were...
I didn't realize only moms and 8-year-old kids were good. That's like a pretty narrow, like, specific thing. It's PG-13, so no really children. I mean, but still. Okay. I didn't know that. But it's... I don't know. It's just weird to listen to, like, this sort of outrage over something that's just really not that big of a deal.
All the previews, right? All the previews are actually directed at what the audience is supposed to be for this film. And if you look in the audience, it's a bunch of moms, like youngish moms, middle-aged moms, with their, like, 6, 7, 8-year-old girls. That's the entire crew. This movie is not made for any of those people. In fact, this movie is made for no one. This movie is going to make a bunch of money week one because the marketing effort has been extraordinary. I mean, whoever's the marketing team over at Warner Brothers is doing an amazing job. Week one, this thing is going to clean up at the domestic box office. My prediction is going to just absolutely fall off a cliff after that. The repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent because it was written by two people who are so smug and self-satisfied, and Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach, that they have no audience. I mean, like, who thought it's a great idea? Let's bring on the people who wrote Lady Bird and Marriage Story to make a movie about a plastic doll
Hey,
that
Mark.
is generally played with by
Good to see you.
5 to 9
Hello,
year old
David.
young girls. So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie. It seems they kind of despise Barbie as a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic sort of premise of the film, politically speaking, is that men and women are on two sides of the divide and they hate each other. And literally the only way you can have a happy world is if the women ignore the men and the men ignore the women. That seems to be the final outcome of this film. I was trying to separate this.
What? Okay, let's figure out how he gets to this. Enlighten us.
Into problems with plot and problems with character and problems with the politics of the film, but they're all intertwined because the thing is just a mess. It doesn't make any sense. Plot-wise, it makes no sense. Character-wise, it makes no sense. So let's just go through it from the beginning. There's going to be lots of spoilers, but believe you me, I'm about to save you so much time because this movie is 2 hours. It feels like it is longer than the Wagnerian ring cycle. It does not end. Every scene is at least 2 minutes too long. Every single scene, every beat is 2 minutes too long. It is a bad film. Put aside the politics, like really, I was sitting there with a bunch of my producers. I'm a little bit more political than my producers. My producers were watching this, putting the politics aside. It is a bad movie. So why is it getting...
You've already said that like 10 fucking times, and it's like 4 minutes in, and you haven't even started getting to the breakdown. Like, this is getting really circular already. Help me. Help me, Jesus.
91% on Rotten Tomatoes because the way that it works for the reviewers is if you have the right politics, and those politics are sufficiently slyly inserted, then it will get a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, even if the thing is just dreck. And I mean, boy, is this dreck. This is a Death Star-sized piece of dreck. It is like, that's no moon. That's a dreck station. That this movie. Okay, so let's jump into it. I have like pages and pages of notes on this horrific piece of I mean, my goodness. Okay, so let's start right at the beginning. So it's from the beginning, you know what this movie is going to be, and it's going to be a very cynical take on what Barbie is, which is so weird. I don't know why Mattel would turn over its IP to filmmakers who clearly hate the IP. It's as though you were going to make Toy Story, except that toys are all evil. They're all bad, and you're supposed to hate them, and you should burn them. Because that's kind of the message of the film, is that the Barbies are bad for the world. Okay, so it begins by trying to uphold the original vision of Barbie. What was the original magical vision of Barbie? We have Helen Mirren here to tell us in the form of a narrator apparently played by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's speaking from heaven. And we get a 2001 A Space Odyssey flashback. Which again, who's the audience for this? Like, the reference points in this film, it references variously Marcel Proust. It references Robert Evans and the cinematography of The Godfather. It references 2001: A Space Odyssey. This is a movie made for moms and their 7-year-old girls. Well, folks, wasting 2 hours of my precious time, 2 hours I will never...
It's literally just a stylized scene. Like, it's this scene is stylized like The Godfather. Shield your children's eyes immediately.
Get back. 2 hours were on my deathbed. I will wish that I had not spent that time doing. Makes me viscerally angry. But I'm going to talk to you about something that makes me much happier, and that is our...
I don't need your shitty ad.
Helen Mirren explaining that back in the day, girls would only play with dolls that looked like babies. And then she says that this could be fun, at least for a while anyway. Ask your mother, because your mother actually hates you and doesn't like being a mom, you see. So if you ask your mom, she wants to play at not being a mom sometimes. Okay, so the basic premise is...
What in the slippery slope? So if you don't want to play with a baby doll, then that means you don't want to be a mom? Okay.
Barbie is supposed to be the independent...
Are you taking notes, everybody? We're going to need them.
...woman who liberates all womanhood. But she fails. And she fails for 2 reasons. 1, she's actually a tool of the patriarchal capitalist system. And 2, the real world has rejected the message of Barbie, which is that women should run everything. Okay, so... This is all not implicit. This is explicitly said. At the beginning, the monologue, you have Helen Mirren saying, because Barbie can be anything, women can be anything. At least that's what the Barbies think. See, in the real world, women can't be anything. And that's one of the messages of the film. In the real world, men run pretty much everything.
I mean, at this point, he's speaking truth.
Which is weird. Who greenlit this piece of shit? I mean, Greta Gerwig is a lady. She's making a good living off of this. Margot Robbie is playing the lead. In fact, the entire cast, aside from basically Ryan Gosling, is women. So it seems like women are doing okay. But
you hear that, folks? Because there's like a handful of women in this movie. That means all women everywhere are doing okay. You're doing okay, okay? See? You're making movies.
But again, put aside the meta logic of it. I'm going to go through like a lot of beats here. So it starts off with the idea that mommy dolls are bad and insufficient. But then they criticize Mattel for discontinuing a mommy doll named Midge. Right? Midge is the pregnant doll and it was discontinued. They're like, that's bad. But hold on, you just said that dolls about motherhood are bad. But then this one, don't look for any sort of logical coherence. There is a Citizens United.
We're not, Ben. We're not. Especially from you.
Reference. They say all of the members of the Barbie Supreme Court are women. And then they are speaking out about Citizens United, that corporations are not people. It's literally a Citizens United reference. Who is the audience for this? Who is the 7-year-old girl who's like, yes, I too have a very informed perspective on the Citizens United decision. And then they say that logic and feeling at the same time, it doesn't diminish us. It proves that we are more than, right? It's all propagandistic. And then it sets up the dichotomy. The dichotomy is...
Women can have logic and emotions. It's propaganda. The propaganda of having logic and emotions at the same time. I'm all for that propaganda. Here I am. Neogenian, full blue, true blue.
That men and women are in complete and utter contradistinction in terms of their roles. So women only exist if they are completely free of men, and men only exist if they are completely free of women. And the problem for Ken, the problem is set up for Ken, is that Ken is dependent on Barbie, right? Because Ken is kind of secondary. And we also set up at the very beginning that Barbie doesn't like Ken. She finds Ken annoying. She finds Ken ridiculous, which, again, is sort of against the concept of Ken and Barbie. But the basic idea is that Barbie is an independent woman and Ken is completely superfluous. We then go to the beach, and there's a scene on the beach where the Kens are supposed to be the lifeguards, and the ladies are playing on the beach. And we get a series of gay masturbation jokes. Again, there's an audience for children. They're talking about beaching each other off. Right? There's a line where Ken says to another one of the Kens, I'm going to beat you off. Get it? Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beach you off. And then they repeat that no less than 4 or 5 times in the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
I'll beach off with you any day, Ken.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I will beach both of you off at the same time.
Beach both of us off?
Nobody's gonna beach anyone off.
Bazinga.
No, that was actually funny, though. But it's like, Was it just that scene?
Because it's just such a great gay masturbation joke. You got to go for it. I mean, what else will the 7-year-old girls in the audience think if you don't go for the gay masturbation joke on the beach? Clearly.
I don't think it's really meant for them to get. I mean, didn't anybody like for example like Shrek? I mean, that was a movie where like kids could understand it in their own way and then adults could understand like the second meaning to things. So it was a great blend of having a show where it was for children and for adults at the same time. Like they don't know what the fuck that's talking about. Like, you know, it's and plus why is that, I don't know. It's so funny. It's like it's just going to Ben's thing where it's like everything homosexual is unnatural and children shouldn't be learning about it at all, even though there's plenty of hetero representation all the time and some that I would consider probably not appropriate for children anyway. So I mean, that was a pretty harmless joke. He's acting like they pretty much took out their dicks.
Clearly. We get black female President Barbie because this is, of course, the greatest of all possible worlds. So Kamala Harris, the Barbie version, is the president of the United States. And then we get the break, right? Then we get the actual plot point. Plot point number 1. Barbie has irrepressible thoughts of death. So again, at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, isn't this a kid's movie? Isn't this supposed to be made for 7-year-old girls? Nope. It's about existential angst.
Well, if it's PG-13, I mean...
Over mortality. That's what this film is about.
And that's why I want to see it. Like, I think that's great. So Barbie starts thinking about death and starts becoming, like, self-aware. That sounds bad fucking ass. That, to me. Like, that's amazing.
Now, again, interlaced through all of this is just more and more and more politics, right? One of the Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally, as though this is a
Not the trans Barbie! No!
female Barbie, with a voice, again, deeper than my own. So Barbie starts to have these irrepressible thoughts of death. And this comes along with physical symptoms, like, for example, her feet flatten out. Again, this is one of the few cute jokes in the movie, is that Barbie walks around, and just like a normal Barbie doll, when you take off the shoes, the feet are shaped like the shoe, like the high heel. But now she is turning into like a real world person, and so her feet collapse, right? And so she goes to see Weird Barbie. So Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too hard and has all the knowledge, not only about Barbie land, but also about the real world. And apparently there's a connection between the people playing with the Barbies and the Barbies. So if the people playing with Barbies are sad, then the Barbies also get sad. Weird that this has only happened to Barbie, because it turns out that lots of people are sad and have played with Barbies for a very long time. But that's the plot point. Fine. And again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny, because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into a not funny thing. So Weird Barbie is ugly, and she has bad makeup and all the rest of it. And she informs Barbie she has to go to the real world, and she has to find the person who is playing with her, and she has to make that person feel better, because that will heal the problem that she's having in Barbie land. Okay, so we have our plot point, right? We have the thing that's going to launch us off into the rest of the movie. And then it's just a complete mess from here on in. At least to this point, it's kind of dumb but coherent. From here on...
Why, Ben? Is the concept of somebody becoming self-aware, like, confusing and frightening to you? God help us if you ever did that.
It makes no sense at all. Again, Kate McKinnon sets up the dichotomy that pretty much the makers of the film hate Barbie by suggesting that you can live in Fantasyland with Barbie and you can take the Barbie shoe, or you can take Birkenstocks, right? You can become like a Portland lesbian, and you can learn about reality. That's going to be the choice that you have to make. But not before she makes a joke about Ken and wanting to see the nude blob he is packing under those pants.
Somebody said that?
Perfect for 8-year-old girls, ladies. Mothers, just be warned. Ken and Barbie head off to the real world to try
Jesus Christ, Morg, thank you so much. Damn. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's so nice. Let's do some... Let's see. Let's do disco balls for Morg. Disco Inferno. Through suffering I learn. And we are certainly suffering today. I don't know if we're going to learn anything from Ben. but we will learn. We will have suffering for sure. That's amazing, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh, my goodness. So some of the details he's just going off of on this movie is just like so ridiculous. It's almost like he's trying too hard. But it's not trying too hard because it's Ben and that's like how his brain works. But it's like, for me, this would be trying too hard to get that out. Uh-oh. I need another drink. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you, this movie is intriguing. I don't really care about spoilers, though, so let's see.
Find the person who is playing with Barbie. And immediately, upon arriving in the real world, Barbie is hit with an overwhelming tsunami of sexism. Like, right away, boom! She walks in, and a bunch of men just leer at her and say, "Give us a smile, Blondie," which is something that no one under the age of 70 has said to a woman in the recent past. Give us a smile, Blondie? Seriously? We get Barbie explaining that all of the men who are leering at her and gazing at her, they have an undertone of violence. Everything's she's threatened. She's physically threatened because this is the real world. The real world is not like Barbie Land. In the real world, all women are victims. They are deep and abiding victims of the system, as we'll learn by the use of the word patriarchy.
What the fuck does Ben know? Like, it just... Yeah, yes. Thank you, Mark. Yes. Hello, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, it says it's satire, Ben. The exaggeration. It is exaggerated. Like, it's stylistic, but, you know, there's still an element of truth to it. You know, it would be more, a little bit sick and sadistic in the real world than in Barbie Land, where it's completely surreal.
No less than 10 times in this film. She gets arrested, like, twice for various crimes. Even the police officers are rabid, raging sexists. The police officers are hitting on Barbie. They're making observations about her appearance. Ken, meanwhile, is getting super happy because Ken, who's been sort of an underling in Barbie Land, now he's realizing he's part of the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is awesome. Ken is loving the patriarchy. Now, you might imagine at this point that the way the film is going to go is that Ken and Barbie are going to have to some sort of agreement about seeing each other as equal human beings. You might imagine that's where it's going. Wrong. That's not where the film is going to go. You might have thought that what you were going to get was Ken gets treated with respect as a person, and Barbie gets treated with respect as a person, and that's a better. Nope, wrong. In the end, not to skip ahead, Barbie Land just gets restored, and the men are still subservient. That's the best. That's the best version of the world. Okay, so Ken is walking around, and he's really enjoying the patriarchy and all of this, and he explains that men rule this world, and he goes to Mattel, and all the members of the board are men. By the way, I'd like to see a corporate breakdown of the Mattel board. I'll bet I can find.
You know, I think Ben's description is kind of growing on me in these certain parts. I'm like, that sounds pretty good, actually. That sounds like a great movie. Yeah, Mark's like, this makes me want to see the movie more. Me too. It sounds pretty fucking awesome. Especially knowing that Ben hates it. I mean, that makes it perfect.
Find it. Like, the CEO of Mattel for 30 years was a woman. So there's that. They pretend that, like, Mattel is all run by men. So now I want to know who's on the board. Okay, chairman and CEO is a dude. The board includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It includes 5 women. So it's 6 men and 5 women. Clearly patriarchal domination. Clearly patriarchal domination. Just wanted to look that up just for the sake of, accuracy. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself too seriously, guys. It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super.
Does it? Does it? Because like Mark Sen was indicating, I don't think Ben really understands sarcasm. It seems to go well above his head.
Seriously, fine. So it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land. And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat? Because the writers are shitty, they don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat. And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell. And he's funny because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy. But he's not funny because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of, just being weird. We'll fill that in later. There's so many places in the script where it's basically like the writers they left a gap and they're like, we'll leave a couple asterisks, we'll fill it in later. And then later they got there and they're like, nah, we'll just skip right over it. Fine. So they figured they got to track down Barbie and Ken.
That didn't even make sense.
Barbie is trying to track down the girl who's playing with her. And she mistakenly thinks that it is a teenage girl who is playing with her and who is unhappy. And at this point, she receives a lecture from the teenage girl about how Barbie has ruined the world and actually is fascist. How Barbie is a sexualized capitalistic emblem. How Barbie has created unattainable feminine ideals. How Barbie is ruining the planet with rampant consumerism. You get like this full lecture right in the middle of the film. It's truly awful. It's truly awful. She's called a fascist. By the way, it only sets up the only good line of the film. Truly, in my opinion, there's one good line in the film. And that is where Barbie is trying to contemplate whether she's a fascist or not. And she says, I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce. Now, there's only one problem with that line. As with the entire movie, there is no character consistency. Barbie is supposed to be an idiot bubblehead piece of plastic from Barbie Land. How does she know what a fascist is? How does she know about the flow of commerce? Like, again, just in terms of character consistency, like characters who actually...
I don't know, Ben. You got a lot of those types of people in your audience that watch you and like you. Hey, Elise, good to see you. Like, Ben Shapiro's audience is nothing but people that don't understand what fascism is.
Are the characters? Makes no sense whatsoever. So, meanwhile, Ken is wandering around, enjoying the patriarchy more and more and more. And he keeps asking men about the patriarchy. And at one point, he asks a dude about the patriarchy. And the guy says, well, that's not really the way that it works here anymore. He says, really? He says, no, it still works that way. We just hide it really well. Again, you can't even present the mild other side of the film. And this sort of nonsense continues. The first third of the film is about how Mattel is kind of bad for creating this fancy land. Second third of the film is about the real world evils of the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Culminating in an idiotic line where one of the low-level members of Mattel is with the board, and Barbie is looking for a woman at the board. And the low-level man says, I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman? No, you can't parallel park. That's what makes you a woman. Okay? And in any case,
I like how Ben just, called out what he thought was a shitty joke and then immediately made a shittier joke. Did he not realize he just did the same exact thing?
we get here a few...
David's like, I think this movie is above you, Ben. Yeah,
jokes
clearly.
about Proust Barbie, because again, Noah Baumbach has to show that he wrote some of the script. He made a reference to Proust. Doesn't that make him clever? Ooh. Next, he will make a reference, I would assume, to Victor Hugo. Wow. Proust. Woo. Idiots who think they're smart. It's total... Okay, then Barbie escapes the Mattel building. They were going to package her up and they were going to send her back to Barbie Land. And she instead runs and she escapes the Mattel building. And she hooks up with America Ferrera. So America Ferrera is the actual one who's playing with Barbie as a youth. And it's her daughter who Barbie had originally approached. Twist! Hey, and she decides that in order to escape the Mattel executives, she's going to have to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Why does she bring both of them back to Barbie Land? No one knows. There's no actual... There's no explanation as to why she's supposed to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Supposedly, it's because she needs to escape back to Barbie Land, but she could do that without the two of them. But she decides she's going to bring them back. So she brings them back to Barbie Land. Meanwhile, the Mattel executives are chasing her. Now, question, why are they chasing her? They achieved their goal. Barbie's back in Barbie Land. Why are they still chasing her? No one knows. It doesn't make any sense. They literally say, there will be consequences you can't even imagine. And then they're like, what consequences? And I go, fill in the blank. And some dude says something about a podcast with 2 trees. You're like, that's the laziest shitty writing. God bless it. Okay, anyway. So Ken, in the meantime, he's already headed.
There's like moments where like I don't even understand like what Ben's upset about. Like it's like he's skipping ahead of himself there, which I do myself plenty when I'm
around over at Mattel.
irritated,
Ken is already
especially
headed
by
back
Ben
to
himself.
to Barbie Land, where he has immediately established the patriarchy. So just to point out here, the point of the film is that the matriarchy is amazing. Women are amazing at everything. Ken walks in, and within 2 seconds, he has taken over all of Barbie Land, and he has turned it into the Kendom. Within 2 seconds. So apparently the women are so unbelievably competent and brilliant and great at everything over in Barbie Land that an idiot man walks in and takes over the whole place inside of 2 seconds. Fine. So he takes over the entire place. We later learn that's because the women, they didn't know what was coming. We later learned they didn't have immunity. And the way that they get immunity is by learning to hate the men. That's the way that they have to learn to hate men. Okay, so Ken decides he's going to go back and he's going to establish his patriarchal system. We only learn this when Barbie heads back with America Ferrera and Random Daughter. And Ken immediately starts acting like the jerks in the patriarchy, right? He calls her baby. Oh, no. He calls her baby. The greatest of all insults, he calls her baby. And then America Ferrera is trying to explain to Barbie what exactly is going on. And she's like, it's just like the indigenous people and smallpox. They had no immunity. Howard Zinn wrote the script. So the ladies in Barbie Land had no immunity to the magic of the patriarchy, the magic. The women were seduced into... So just to point out here, the actual argument the movie is making is that if women enjoy men, it's because they have been brainwashed by the patriarchy. They make this message explicit in just a few minutes in the film. And when I say a few minutes, I mean several years, because this film took years off my life. It is long, it is boring, and it's terrible. Okay, so the Kens are about to perform... None of this makes any damn sense. Okay, the Kens are about to have a vote to change the Constitution. Why? Why? Ken literally just sees power. He's a fascist. What the f*** is he gonna vote for? Why are they voting? Like, he sees power. Also, what is the breakdown demographically of the Kens and the Barbies? Are there as many Kens as Barbies? Because why would they hold a vote? The Kens appear to be in a minority in Barbie Land. There are a lot more Barbies than Kens. So if that's the case, why even do the democratic vote thing? Why not just seize the power? Because then you wouldn't have the rest of the dumb plot of this stupid film. So they decided...
It's probably not meant to be thought about that fucking hard, Ben. It's like he's looking for propaganda that honestly, like, there's like hints at that, but it's almost like he's treating it as if they're seriously trying to put ideas into people's head, when really it's just like, it sounds like it's just one big sarcastic piece or commentary on the world.
They're going to hold the vote. And not only are they going to hold the vote, they're going to be very fair about it. They're going to hold it in 48 hours. They're going to hold it in a couple of days to make sure that the Barbies have time to actually form a counter plan. Why would they do that? No reason. Asterisk, we'll fill it in later. Okay, so they decide they're going to hold this dumbass vote. And the Barbies learn about this, and Barbie is very depressed, because Barbie realizes that all the other Barbies have been taken in by the patriarchy, and this is extremely bad. Now, here's one place where you have a serious continuity error in the film. So, Margot Robbie, who plays Barbie at the beginning, half the time she plays Barbie is kind of stiff like a doll, and half the time she plays Barbie is just kind of normal. And so now she plays it super stiff like a doll. She sits down, in kind of 90-degree position like a Barbie would, and she keels over in the 90-degree position. And it would be funny, except she hasn't been doing it the whole film. Again, the level of inconsistency and bad filmmaking here is just off the charts. They needed somebody to actually sit down with them and be an adult in the room, and no one was there. So, at this point, America Ferrera and daughter decide they've given up on Barbie because Barbie won't fight for herself. And so they take off. And Michael Cera, for no reason, is in this film. And he's in the back of the car, and we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
And he serves no purpose other than to have a random fight scene. And also so that they can make a Trump building the wall reference. Right? Apparently the Kens are going to build a wall to keep people from getting in or getting out. Now, here's the weird part. No one has ever entered or exited Barbie Land before. Why are you building a wall? What is the necessity for a wall? No one explains. It's just a dumb Trump reference so that everybody who is friends with Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig can laugh and nod, like the morons they are.
I don't know. It's almost like a little bit of a reference to how ridiculous the wall is that Trump was trying to build. Gee, I don't know.
And so, the daughter and the mom, they decide, no, we have to go back and we have to save Barbie Land. They're going to save Barbie Land. And who do they go to? They go to wise, weird lesbian Barbie. They go back to Kate McKinnon, and they ask her about this. and they bring Barbie with
Why
them.
is
and they're
she a
gonna try to
lesbian? How do you know that? Who's saying that?
figure out a strategy. How do they stop the Kens from winning the vote? Now, you might say to yourself, wait, aren't the women majority? Do they not have agency, the women? They have no agency, apparently. So apparently the women have no agency, and they are a majority, and yet they have to be deprogrammed. They're going to be deprogrammed by weird Barbie and her crazy cadre of feminist heroes.
I love you guys.
And this is when we start getting into the real. You think it's propagandistic so far? Oh, man, wait. Here is where we get into, like, the real meat of it. Okay, so.
No, I don't think it's propaganda. I really don't. We don't. Pretty sure I can speak for most of you and say that you're not thinking that. None of us are thinking that but you. No one's picking out propaganda but Ben Shapiro right now out of a Barbie movie.
We end up with Barbie complaining.
That's a fictional story, by the way. Must we all remind Ben that this is a fictional story? It's not real. But he's talking about it as if it's like almost like a documentary.
She's complaining to weird Barbie. And she says, oh my God, they've brainwashed all the other Barbies. They've brainwashed all the other Barbies. She says, quote, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There is no in between. And weird Barbie says, tell me about it. And this is the perspective of the film. Either you're a third wave feminist kook who hates men, truly hates men, or you're brainwashed.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
There's no in between. There's no actual relationship between men and women. There can't be any sort of fulfilling relationship between men and women. There are no decent males in the entire film. All the men are garbage. The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrer's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's there for literally 10 seconds in the film, making jokes about how he can't speak Spanish. That's his whole role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film. Every one. And so, this is the perspective of the film when you come right down to it. Either you are brainwashed or you are weird and ugly. And Barbie's like, yeah, that's what Barbie says. I mean, the only decent male is Alan, who apparently wants to wear pink and probably is supposed to be gay. I mean, I think it's supposed to be pretty clear from the film. Although, really, the take of the film is that all the Kens are gay. That's really the take of the film, is that it's all homoerotic kind of stuff.
Let's beach off.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I will beach both of you off at the same time.
In any case, the filmmakers are so insecure with even their own script that they then have the narrator jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point, right? Because Barbie's saying, I don't feel beautiful anymore. And they're like, Margot Robbie. They literally jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point. Then maybe you shouldn't have written the point. Then maybe you shouldn't write it like that. Maybe you should not be a writer. Maybe you could do that. Okay, no. Okay, this is when we get the full bore
I'm lost.
thesis of the film. And guess what, guys? The thesis of the film, made by women, made for women, made starring women, funded by a studio that is largely staffed by men. The take of the film is that it is impossible to be a woman in the modern age. Absolutely impossible. And so we get this long speech of America Ferrera talking about how it's so difficult to be a woman. They want us to be this way, but not that way. They want us to be thin, but they don't want us to say that we're thin. They want us to earn money, but they don't want us to earn money. They want us to do this, and they don't want us to do that. They want us to answer for men's bad behavior, but they don't want us to offend men. They want us to do this, and they don't want us... Oh my God, it's so difficult to be a woman. So the same tried, truistic bullshit that they've been propagating in every new wave feminist film for the last 45 years in the United States is now essentially telescoped.
For 45 years? You're not that old.
Into this one speech from America Ferrera, including a few cutaway shots of Margot Robbie looking up adoringly at America Ferrera as she explains that it's super hard to be a woman. It's so damn difficult to be a woman. You know why? Because of the patriarchy, because of the men. That's the actual story of the film. And then they make a couple of...
Well, I mean, that sounds pretty on point. I don't... yeah.
Other dumb references, right? The Zack Snyder cut. The men, they like the Zack Snyder cut. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, fine. Then they say, you know what we need to do? We need to disabuse all of these Barbies of the patriarchy. How are we going to do this? We need to allow them to live with the cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the patriarchy. That's a line from Barbie. Now again, they keep doing this. They keep having Barbie drop these extremely literate and well-articulated lines, but she's supposed to be a plastic doll idiot.
Authority should derive from the consent of the governed, not from the threat of force.
It doesn't matter. What is their actual strategy? So they have 48 hours to stop this vote, which shouldn't be happening in the first place because it makes no plot sense, because the men are fascists and the women are victims. But Somehow they've been given 48 hours to stop the vote. So what are they going to do to stop this vote? How are they going to do it? Well, they're going to separate the men and the women.
Barbie!
They're going to turn all the Barbies against the Kens. It's so subtle. The symbolism is so subtle. Turn all the women against the men and you will save society. That's the message that you could be shoveling directly into the brain.
Is that how the plot's going? Or is it like take over the men, or is it like fight for their rights? Like what, how are we framing that? Like, cause like some of this, I'm like, I feel like he's unironically speaking truthful about the movie, but then other times it's like the way he phrases things, I'm like, I don't know if that's how that's really going, dude.
Of your 8-year-old girl, if you so choose, this weekend.
Maximum volume.
So, they literally say this: get the Barbies away from their Kens. How are they going to achieve this? Well, they're going to make the men complacent and then take their power. This is how women have achieved power. Now, let me just digress briefly here in how women actually achieved power in Western civilization. The answer is that they lobbied men and men gave it to them. That is the actual answer as to how women achieve power in Western civilization.
Oh.
The amendment to the Constitution that allowed women to vote was passed solely by men because women couldn't vote. It turns out there are a lot of good-hearted men out there who like women and who want women to be able to live lives that
Oh no, is he doing the not all men thing?
they want. It turns out that many of us are husbands and fathers. Many of us have daughters. Many of us love the people we're married to. It turns out that that actually describes a huge number of Western men, that we are not your enemies.
Oh, here's Ben Shapiro acting really threatened. Ben Shapiro is threatened by Barbie. Wow.
And yet the entire premise of the movie is that what actually happened in the feminist movement is that women seized the power away from the men. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies. It ain't true. It ain't true. This notion that women vote as a block is not true. Married women vote very much like their husbands, actually. Single women vote more like a block now than they did before. But it turns out that people
Women vote much like their husbands. Gee, it kind of sounds like they're brainwashed. I don't know.
are individuals, and some women vote one way and some men vote another way. But again, the idea here is very simplistic: men versus women, battle royale. And that's what this literally turns into, a battle royale between the women and the men. But really, it's about getting the men to fight each other. They bring all the Barbies one by one. They distract them. They bring the Barbies in one by one, and they unbrainwash them. How do they unbrainwash them? Well, they tell them truths like, any power you have must be masked under a giggle. I have a question. I mean, I work with a lot of women. Do they feel like the power that they have has to be masked under a giggle? Was this film written in 1943? Who wrote this film? Well, we know who wrote this film. A feminist writer who gets paid millions of dollars to make horse. One of them says, we have to reject men's advances without damaging their ego. Or theoretically, you could just reject men's advances and damage their ego, because what do you care? You have to pretend to be confused about money. Is this a real thing? Like, do women pretend to be confused about money so that men will explain it to them? This is also it's such claptrap. And then my very favorite, do you want some pants? Because that's really what this is about, is women really, really want to wear pants. That demonstrates the power of the patriarchy is that men really don't want women to wear pants, and women really, really want to wear pants.
Love your leg warmers.
Nice ass cut.
And then it's, all the men being victimized, all the Kens being victimized by these various tactics, up to and including Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman, meaning a dude who has a voice deeper than Ryan Gosling's, which is an actual scene in the film, which is just great. Okay, so then, final step. Finally, the women have been disabused. So now they're going to play the ultimate prank. The ultimate prank is that they are going to turn the men against each other. How are they going to turn the men against each other? They're going to turn the men against each other by switching partners. They're going to get together, and Barbie is going to be with Ken, classic Barbie and classic Ken. They're going to be together, but then they're going to move on to the other Kens, and the Kens are going to start fighting each other over the ladies because they're going to switch over. Now, not to put too fine a point on this, but this makes no sense at all, because guess what would happen if a bunch of beautiful women decided to switch to other men simultaneously? You know what the men would do? They would throw a party. So they turn the men against each other, and then we get a 20-minute long segment of the Kens fighting each other using various implements ranging from like small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets. And that turns into a musical number. What does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing. It is just a 15-minute digression because they wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing. And then what are the women doing during this time? The women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans to fight with one another using tennis rackets.
Oh, no. How does he not know that this is just a movie? Like, how does... I gotta rewind that. Does he really think that...
A point on this, but this makes no sense at all. Because guess what would happen if a bunch of beautiful women decided to switch to other men simultaneously? You know what the men would do? They would throw a party. So they turn the men against each other. And then we get a 20-minute long segment of the Kens fighting each other using various implements ranging from like small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets. And that turns into a musical number. What does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing. It is just a 15-minute digression because they wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing. And then what are the women doing during this time? The women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans.
Now we know the Democratic strategy. Turnout strategy. Yes, the Democrats have organized this movie to be made purely to make children democratic. That's the end of the strawberry maze for that one. Wow. Good job, Ben. Nice work, Nancy Drew.
To fight with one another using tennis rackets while they go and they do the voting, apparently. So they go and they vote. After they vote, they reestablish exactly basically how it was, the matriarchy. The matriarchy is reestablished. And Ken, who is now really sad because he has lost his power, and all he wanted in the first place was just to be treated decently by Barbie. Is he treated decently at the end by Barbie? Of course he isn't. That would be silly. At the very end, he is told that he needs to learn to live without Barbie.
Well, yeah.
Without you.
You're 10.
But it's Barbie and Ken. There is no just Ken.
He, who was literally created as a doll to be with Barbie, he needs to learn to be apart from Barbie, and she needs to learn to be apart from him, because atomistic isolation and loneliness is the best way to find fulfillment, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be best for Ken if he never sees Barbie again. It'll be better for Barbie if she never sees Ken again. Secular humanism.
What is he trying to say? Like because they're not portrayed as being forced together in the movie, then that like they're what like who's he saying? Who is promoting what here?
At its finest.
Who's promoting loneliness?
We've reached the apotheosis. Men and women don't belong together. They belong very, very much apart. This is all topped off by Issa Rae calling somebody a motherfucker. Again,
not everybody has to be in a damn relationship with somebody. You know, there's perfectly happy single people. Like, you know, it's like, I feel like it's just too, I don't know, for the conservative types like Ben, it's just way blown out of proportion, I think. It's not the end-all and be-all of life. Our relationship's nice, is intimacy nice, you know, connection, all of that is great. Yes, have that, but it doesn't always have to be the cut and dry, like, marriage or nothing else. Like, that whole traditional family traditional family unit, it's not the end-all and be-all of human existence. We need to definitely evolve our way of thinking when it comes to, like, connection with other people. Families aren't always born together. A lot of good families are made later on in life. You find your family. Blood is thicker than water, which isn't to imply, actually, that, your blood family is, you know, the one that's best for you. What it's actually talking about is blood is thicker than, like, the water of the womb. So, like, the family that you're born into isn't necessarily your strongest family. It's the one you make a blood pact with later on in life.
Perfect for your 7-year-old girl who loves Barbie dolls. Just perfect for her. And so we learn that men and women are supposed to be separate. They are not supposed to be together. And that maybe the matriarchy will allow the men not to be on the Supreme Court of Barbie Land, but maybe they can get some lower circuit court judgeships. This is what we learn. And we learn one day the Kens might have as much power and influence in Barbie world as women have in the real world, because, of course, women are again, just absolutely subjugated in the real world. You think that's the end of the movie. Wrong. This thing has more endings than Lord of the Rings. So, ending number 1 is we find out that Ken is going to live apart from Barbie, and he's going to find himself in being Ken. Ugh, the utter joy of self-exploration. Next, we get an...
What's wrong with self-exploration? What's wrong with discovering yourself as something other than just standing on one side of the ampersand of somebody else, you know?
Ending in which the CEO of Mattel, who's been completely sidelined. You remember the CEO of Mattel? Remember he was supposed to be chasing them into Barbie Land for no apparent reason? So he's now in Barbie Land. We don't know why he's there or what he's there to do, except that we need Will Ferrell in the movie to provide no laughs. He doesn't provide any laughs. So he shows up. His motivation throughout this movie has been completely inconsistent. He started off wanting to put Barbie back in Barbie Land so that they could make money. And then he is told at one point that when Kens have taken over Kendom, they will make just as much money. He's like, no, that cannot be. I'm an ideologue on behalf of women. And then he arrives, and he is told that America Ferrera wants to make ordinary Barbie, which, by the way, would sell 0. Anyway, that will be profitable. And so now he wants to make ordinary Barbie because he's back to being uber capitalist, evil capitalist. He's making money off of Barbie because, again, Mattel are the bad guys, but they're also the good guys. But they're kind of the bad guys, but they're mostly the good, but they're a little bad. And so that's ending number 2 at this point. So we have the Barbie Ken ending. We have the CEO of Mattel ending, where he says, we'll make ordinary Barbie, and then girls all over the world will know that ordinariness is fine and okay. Because it's not that girls play with Barbie because they think that she's beautiful and it's aspirational. No, it's bad. Okay, so then we have ending number 3. You think you're done? Wrong. We're now 2 hours deep into this piece of shit. And we have now dug halfway to China, and we are going to keep digging. So we have ending number 3. Rhea Perlman shows up to lecture us all about the patriarchy again. You haven't heard it enough. We got to beat this sucker into the ground. We are going to take an axe, the blunt end of the axe, and we're just going to beat this thing to death. We're just going to beat it to death. So Rhea Perlman shows up because Barbie, it turns out, she spent too much time in the real world. That was the patriarchy and was terrible. So terrible that she wanted to stop it from happening in Barbie Land. But now she wants to go back there because she actually learned some feelings over in the real world. So she decides that after all, this whole story was just Pinocchio, that she just wants to be a real boy. And in what can only be termed a sort of bait and switch, at the very end of the film, just to please the core audience, which is moms and daughters, they insert a bunch of footage, I kid you not, like home video footage of moms and daughters playing. That's what it is, like people living their lives in female ways. Because Rhea Perlman is going to show Barbie what it's like to be a human, and then Barbie is going to say that she really wants to be a human just like you, just like you. And so they hit you with the nostalgia play. At the very end, the whole movie, which should have been nostalgia and about moms and daughters, instead, the entire movie is not that. The entire movie is instead about how men are evil and terrible. And also Mattel is evil and terrible. And then at the very end, they shove in this little nostalgia play in the hope that they can buy back the audience at the very end of the film. And Barbie decides that she is going to be a real woman now. Now, when she goes, that's ending number 3. There's still one more. So when that happens, when she goes to, when she goes into this white area that's supposed to be heaven, because the person who she's talking, Rhea Perlman, is actually the person who actually created the doll. And we're supposed to be, this was supposed to be a secret, is that Mattel was run by men, but the big secret all along is that a woman created the doll. News. It's not a secret. She was CEO of the company for 30 years. CEO of Mattel for 30 years, from like 1945 to 1975, until the IRS caught her for tax evasion or something. The big reveal that the patriarchy said that it created Barbie, it didn't. No one thought the patriarchy created Barbie. Again, don't bother with the facts. Don't bother with sense. Don't bother with chronology. Don't bother. None of it matters. So, Barbie is now sent back to the real world, and she is now going to experience the apotheosis of what it means to be a human woman. So we've learned early on in the movie, when she goes to the real world, she's catcalled by a bunch of the construction guys, and she says, I don't have a vagina. And she, again, amazing line for your 7-year-old girl. She'll love it. So apparently, when she is turned into a real woman...
Why are you taking your 7-year-old kid to a PG-13 movie? I mean, you can, but...
She has now grown a vagina. So the first thing that she does is she goes to the gynecologist, because ladies, the apotheosis of your being is not motherhood. We got rid of that at the very beginning. And it's not being a wife or a partner, because women are supposed to be apart from men. It is your vagina. It is that you go to the gynecologist. Ladies, this is what makes you the most human you can be, is that you go to the gynecologist.
But yet, on the other hand, it's so funny he says that like that, because that's kind of the logic why it's so ridiculous to assume like gender roles based on like your sexual organs. So, I mean, he's kind of going with that there. I don't think he, on the, it's like you're going to deduce women down to their parts and like their biological functions to talk about how trans people are deceptive, trans women are deceptive, but it's like you're gonna go ahead and get mad that they're going straight to like her being a real woman about being able to go to a gynecologist. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Also, this is just a freaking movie. It's not real. Yeah, Susan's like, you don't go anymore, so you're no longer a woman.
Now, I could point out here that that's really transphobic. That according to the same people who made this movie, not all women have vaginas. And not all people with penises are men. I could point that out right here because it obviously conflicts with the very ending of the film. But instead, I'm going to go with this one. At the end of all of this, they've boiled down. They have a whole conversation about identity and death and meaning. Right? This whole conversation. What does it boil down to at the very end? What it boils down to at the very end, apparently, is being biologically female is the only thing that matters. And that's it, kind of. That's it. Like, it all just boils down to a lady at the gynecologist.
No, it's a fantasy movie. It's a doll that turns into like a real human being. Like, do you not fucking grasp that? There's nothing more to it than that.
That's female power. Female power is Barbie goes to gynecologist, which I don't know about you ladies, but that seems like that's not like the most feminist message. That lady parts are the...
I don't think it's meant to be a message. I think it's just literally like what's going on in the movie.
The entirety of the lady. So excellent job. And with that, we end the film, and then we have the glossy, credits with a Nicki Minaj song, a Nicki Minaj version of "I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World." This movie started off as Barbie, and it was Weird Barbie. It was the toy that was handed off to Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, and they played with it too hard. They decided that they were going to turn it inside out. They're going to rip off the hair. They were going to shave it. They were going to make it ugly. They were going to put all sorts of makeup on it. And then they were going to throw it out in the public. Now, those of us who are on the right, we look at the politics of this movie, we're like, man, so it sounds like a double sandwich. It doesn't sound like a Big Mac. It sounds like a double Big Mac. Right? It sounds like the plot is crap, and the characters are crap, and the humor is crap. And then on top of that, the politics are crap. But you're missing the point. There's a reason this film has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes. And the reason is, if you are on the left, you can make one of the world's most boring, crappy comedies. You can waste an extraordinary amount of money and talent. You can waste some of the great IP ever created.
Oh, this is shadow projection. The left doesn't do that. The left doesn't sit and make money off of crappy movies. That's totally the right. I can't tell you how. Do we need to bring up the one movie that Ben Shapiro, I think he wrote and directed it, about some sort of like sharpshooter? I can't even remember. What was that stupid movie Ben made that nobody gave a shit about? Terror on the Prairie? Or he was just in them. Oh, he's a failed screenwriter. Yeah. He's a failed screenwriter. He's blacklisted. Nobody cares about him.
But as long as you slather it in a bunch of warmed over glorious Steinem nonsense, the critics will just salivate over you. They'll pretend that this is an actual good movie. So here's my prediction in terms of market. The marketing campaign for this movie has been astonishingly good, right? If you walked into this movie and you knew nothing of what I just said, what would you think this movie is? You would think that this movie was probably something like the Disney movie Enchanted, but with Barbie. It's going to be Barbie in Barbie Land, and then it's going to be Barbie in the real world, and it's going to be charming, and it's going to be funny, and it's going to be warm-hearted, It's not going to be vicious and cynical. And it's not going to be what morons talk about at Hollywood cocktail parties. It's just going to be fun. It's going to be a place where a mom might be able to take her 7-year-old or 8-year-old girl and enjoy themselves together and then walk out with their arms around each other. You might think that's what it was going to be. And undoubtedly, millions of moms and their daughters will think that. That's what you're seeing at the theaters. That's why you're seeing everybody wearing pink to the theaters. It's become like a Star Wars kind of thing, right? It's an actual cosplay of it. The number of moms who are going to take their daughters back to the theater week 2, good luck with that. Really, good luck with that. Hollywood decided to empty out its own IP here. They decided they were going to take a golden piece of IP and they were just going to smash it and turn it into Weird Barbie. And I got to tell you, and this is going to have some ramifications for Barbie the brand. I don't know why Barbie the brand would hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules. Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate men in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy, and then they can overthrow the patriarchy and create paradise. That is the thesis of the film. Last comment. Whenever I do film reviews like this, lengthy film reviews.
Yeah, but if you really examine what props up the patriarchy, you'll find that it's a lot of women in support of the patriarchy as well. Why? Because they're kind of born and bred into that. So, interesting. Yeah, in a way, not worded so, I don't know, rough like that. You kind of have to start separating yourself from excusing the behavior of men in the patriarchy. Behind all the men in the patriarchy are wives, mothers. I mean, who do you think is influencing those people? It's kind of a key point there to take into consideration.
Of movies like this. The left is always like, why are you taking this so seriously? How dare you take this so seriously? Well, because this is a movie where hundreds of millions of dollars will be expended to get people to watch it. It has a heavily political message. It is explicitly designed to divide men from women.
No, it's not.
Directed at kids. It is supposed to be a kids movie. It's rated PG-13. It is not marketed to PG-13. It is marketed to PG. It is marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway. It's a culturally relevant moment, a very culturally relevant moment. And so the entire left's attempts to play the face tattoo syndrome, watch as we take a piece of children's IP and wear its skin around like a mask, like Hannibal Lecter, and we notice it, and then they're like, you noticed it? You're obviously very upset. I find it upsetting when material that is based on children's IP, marketed to little girls, actually ends up being angry feminist claptrap that alienates men from women, undermines basic human values, and promotes falsehood all at the same time. And I think a lot of people are going to have a right to be mad. So we'll see what the income trajectory of this film is. By the way, it's just going to die in China. The overseas market for this film, good luck with the Chinese Communist government putting their kids in front of this sort of stuff.
Who the fuck gives a shit about China?
Final rating. Out of 10 Barbies, how many Barbies? 10 out of 10 being good. The answer is negative all the Barbies. Negative all of them. I honestly, just as a piece of film, this sucker goes in like my bottom 10 ever. Ever. It is that bad. Not just because of the politics, because the plot makes no sense, because the writing makes no sense, because the acting half the time makes no sense. The entire film is a dog's vomit. It is a dog's breakfast of film. So yeah, I'm gonna go with negative infinity Barbies. It is that bad. If 10 out of 10 Barbies is like the stereotypical Barbie, this is Barbie head atop the robot body made by the weird kid from Toy Story 1. That's what this is. And also, by the way, Oppenheimer is good.
That was the most dry, uninnovative, conspiratorial review on a movie I have ever seen in my life. The politics and the messages he picked out of that movie, like, he tried way too fucking hard for that. Way too hard. Nobody's using the Barbie movie to actually make a difference in the world and how, like, men and women treat each other. It's not a fucking political message. It's not propaganda. It's literally just a movie about Barbie and just, like, some fun sarcastic, like, commentary. It's not an actual... He's treating it like it's a fucking plan. Like, they're saying, all right, little girls, this is what you do. No. He is so, like... I can't imagine living inside his head. Anyways. All right. I think we're going to move on from that. I'll be right back. Hang tight for a sec. Yeah, I don't know how he's going on about movies being overly feminist in the last 40 years, which doesn't make any sense to me. Also, might I remind you that, like, the original Hollywood movies were literally based on, like, white savior stuff. Like, I think, like, the first Hollywood production was an actual movie about, it was called, maybe it was called White Knights or something like that. But it was a movie about the Ku Klux Klan, and it was like painting them as heroes. So I mean, there is some degree of truth to Hollywood constantly putting political agendas into movies. There is some propaganda things to it, but to say that the Barbie movie is like a literal like plan that the left has, that just makes no fucking sense to me at all. It sounds like the movie is just completely based on ideas, to which they take a lot of these ideas, these political ideas or whatever, and just over exaggerate them, mocking them with having some degree of truth to them. But Ben Shapiro, unfortunately, just doesn't have that thing where he can separate, like, the parts that are really over-exaggerated and then take out the truth bits. It's funny because he just, like, actually, unironically brings out some good points, but then doesn't really understand them. But I'm pretty sure... What was, like, the first Hollywood movie? It was called White Knights or something like that, I swear. First Hollywood movie. Oh, The Birth of a Nation. Oh, in Old California? What was the one... No, I'm getting like 3 different things. First... I may be wrong about that, but I swear one of the earliest films were about, like, painting Ku Klux Klan, the KKK, as, like, essentially heroes. But I don't know what the fuck Ben Shapiro is up to. But he just wasted 43 minutes of my life. I mean, he's talking about the Barbie movie taking forever to end. Like, his review just wouldn't fucking end. All right. Check in with the chat. What about that Sound of Freedom movie? Did you all hear about that weird thing where, like, tons of people were saying there was a conspiracy because, like, the theaters that were putting on that movie were, like, purposefully turning off, like, the air conditioners or stuff, or making it so that people couldn't watch it, which is totally completely untrue. I mean, they're just, like, shitty movie theaters. Why is there an ant on my desk? Like, there's no food in here. It's totally like QAnon stuff. So if you don't know, people, The Sound of Freedom is pretty much just some, like, really dramatic film about some American guy, like, going to save children from human trafficking. And so QAnon is, like, all over this. Let's see. The film is based on real-life controversial anti-trafficking activists, is being heavily promoted in conservative media. It caught the wild world. Bleh. It caught the wider world's eye when it learned almost as much money on its release day as the latest Indiana Jones movie. A big part of the success was its appeal from star Jim Caviezel. I have no idea who that guy is. So Caviezel is drawing attention to the film in other ways. For years, he's been a prominent promoter of the false, violent QAnon conspiracy theory. Interesting. Specifically, the claim that international cabal of elites is abusing and killing children to extract substance called adrenochrome. Oh, here we go. The adrenochrome empire. Right. Sound of Freedom does not contain any reference to adrenochrome or other conspiracy theories. It was actually filmed before QAnon phenomenon started. The film's distributor publicly rejects any association with conspiracies. So do Tim Ballard, the former federal agent. Caviezel's, is it Caviezel? Caviezel's character is based on, and his organization, Operation Underground Railroad. They all declined or didn't respond to my interview requests. But recently, Ballard claimed adrenochrome harvesting is real, and his statements in Caviezel's have an impact. Great. It's being marketed to QAnon believers, being embraced by the community, and its leading actor is a huge part of the QAnon community. Lovely. So, it's funny because, yeah, they put them in these, like, this shitty chain of, like, theaters. They're just crappy, but, like, the QAnon conspirators are saying that they're purposefully making the movie unviewable. And among other, like, crazy conspiracies to get people to stop buying them, or purchasing tickets to the movie, which makes me laugh, because how is buying tickets to a shitty movie supposed to help save the children and take down this whole, like, cabal? That makes no fucking sense to me. But just buy a movie ticket and you're saving the world. Anyways. Oh, he played Jesus in Passion of the Christ? Christ. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Flower Dragon says, well, according to Ben Shapiro, anything he doesn't like is part of some left agenda. It's true. Yeah, Mark's right. I mean, Hollywood has always been kind of a mercenary, brutal, and Hollywood movies get ideological, but not in any unified or consistent way. I mean, there's movies with ideas, ideologies, philosophies. That's kind of like a part of telling stories. So, we are moving on to Trump. Trump just recently got indicted again for the third time, and it's not ending. The train's still a coming. So here's the latest on investigation into Donald Trump. Let's catch up on this. Why is that getting bigger? There we go. Nope. No. No. Stop it. So a new indictment was filed today in connection with the ongoing persecution. I believe that was yesterday. So this is speaking as if it was yesterday. Prosecution by special counsel Jack Smith of Trump and top aide, adding charges against the former president for his handling of classified documents after he left the White House. Remember when he took a bunch of those files to his, like, penthouse? Anyways. The new or superseding indictment also charges Carlos de Oliveira, a maintenance worker at Mar-a-Lago who helped move boxes in of classified documents. Great. Imagine being the guy where Trump's just like, help me move this shit. And you just pick up a few boxes and now you're involved in all this mess. Trump announced last week that he received a letter notifying him he is in the target of a grand jury examining the January 6th riot and efforts to overturn the 2020 election, the other probe being led by Smith. Pokey wokey, pokey wokey. Members of the grand jury in the January 6th investigation were spotted at the courthouse today. A court official said later in the day that no indictments had been returned and none were expected. Members of the grand jury were seen leaving the courthouse around 4:30 p.m. So, NBC News reported that Trump's lawyer met with Smith's office and were advised to expect an indictment, but Trump and spokesman rebutted that report is being incorrect. We'll see. So Biden makes no mention of the new Trump charges in remarks. In his first public remarks after the new charges against Trump, Biden made no mention of his potential 2024 opponent, but criticized the senator who was endorsed by the former president. Speaking at the Truman Civil Rights Symposium in Washington, D.C., Biden took aim at Senator Tommy Tuberville and his blockade on the military nominees over the Pentagon's abortion policy. Interesting. The senior senator from Alabama who claims to support our troops is now blocking more than 300 military operations with his extreme political agenda. Biden has said very little about the charges against Trump, often responding to reporters' questions about the case by saying he does not tell the Justice Department what to do. I mean, does he really have any... Is it really necessary for him to make any comment at all? It's kind of got nothing to do with him. But, you know, the Republicans are like, why aren't we trying... why aren't we putting... or indicting Biden the same way we're indicting Trump? Biden's worse. I don't really care for Biden, but it's like apples and oranges, really. GOP presidential candidate Will Hurd weighs in. So Republican presidential candidate Will Hurd tonight took a jab at Trump after new charges against the former president were revealed. While noting he's not a lawyer, Hurd, a former House member from Texas, tweeted that it seemed like you were committing a crime if you were having an employee delete security cam footage. I mean, yeah, if nothing's going on, then why is there all this shady stuff? Those who do not acknowledge the severity of the charges, Hurd added, are complicit in endangering America and the men and women who serve our country. I mean, yeah, if you're going to really turn the other cheek to this, what the hell else are you going to turn the other cheek to? So Trump repeated earlier claims that the classified documents case against him is election interference at the highest level after new charges were unveiled today. No, it's not. This is prosecutor to the... I don't know why my mouth won't say that word right now. Misconduct. Used at the level never seen before, he told him. I did everything right and they indicted me. And in the first Truth Social post following the new charges, Trump shared an article titled, "It's Time to Persecute the Prosecutors" from the conservative blog American Thinker. He did include any accompanying comments in the post. I did everything right and they indicted me. That shit is so funny. The way he said that. I don't know if anybody remembers that. So, Secret Service and D.C. police prepare for potential Trump indictment. Oh, please, would you? I don't think we're going to get that cathartic, like, Trump in cuffs like we all want. But we can still imagine. Officials from the Secret Service and the Washington Metropolitan Police Department met today to discuss the potential for violence from protesters if Trump is indicted. Now that's a worry. Do we need January 6th all over again? Trumpies are crazy. An official said both the Secret Service and the Washington police believe Trump may be indicted soon in the connection with his involvement in January 6th and interference in the 2020 election. But neither law enforcement organization has been given an exact date. The two law enforcement agencies are coordinating in case Trump needs to travel to Washington for an arraignment. As of now, no rhetoric online has alarmed law enforcement, but they continue to monitor for violence among those who could protest a possible indictment. I mean, people in support of Trump are so crazy. I mean, it's essentially a religion at this point. Well, it's been a religion for a while, the religion of Trump. But if you think January 6th was bad, I could see this happening all over again. And then what are we going to do? House GOP conference chair decrees... Why can't my mouth form words today? House GOP conference chair decrees latest Trump charges, says justice system is broken, I'm sure. House Republican conference chair Elise Stefanik tweeted a statement tonight arguing that the new charges represented the latest evidence that Trump is the target of a witch hunt and the justice system is broken. No, how is it a witch hunt? It's like, it's literally like his hand in the cookie jar. This is a witch hunt. It is no coincidence that the day after the federal judge throws out Hunter Biden's corrupt sweetheart plea bargain, Biden's weaponized DOJ continues its witch hunt against President Trump. There's not apples and oranges. They have nothing to do with each other. They're two completely separate cases. Legal experts note that the cases against Trump and Hunter Biden are fundamentally different. Thank you. Literally. They're so different. Yeah, there really is no bottom to political tribalism. Seriously. These people are hooked on Trump. They ain't letting it go. They're ride or die with this man. Prosecutors baffled by Trump's desire to discuss classified evidence outside of classified setting. Well, on top of the new charges against the former president about his alleged mishandling of classified documents comes word from special counsel that Trump wants to be able to discuss classified discovery outside of classified setting. That's interesting. Clearly baffled, prosecutors from special counsel's team write in part in the latest court filing. There is no basis of the defendant's request that he be given the extraordinary authority to discuss classified information at his residence, and it is particularly striking that he seeks permission to do so in the very location at which he is charged with willfully retaining the documents charged in this case. The government is not aware of any case in which a defendant has been permitted to discuss classified information in a private residence, and such exceptional treatment would not be consistent with the law. Yeah, we can't be doing any special favors. I don't know, like, he shouldn't even have those there to begin with. I don't know why people are complaining about this being a witch hunt, which he shouldn't have done this shit to begin with. So, like, here we are. We gotta have some accountability here, folks, don't we? Not with Trump. Oh no, we won't be that lucky. Special counsel won't ask that Trump and, Nada? I hate people's weird names. Be arraigned again. An interesting footnote in the new indictment. Subject to the court's approval, and special counsel's office will not oppose defendants Trump and Nada waiving appearance in the arraignment on the superseding indictment pursuant to the conditions to set forth and blah 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 blah. A brief timeline of events presented by the prosecutors in today's court filing. So, on the 22nd, the Justice Department requests security video from Mar-a-Lago. On the 23rd, Trump speaks to D'Oliveira on the phone for 24 minutes. On the 24th, one of Trump's attorneys speaks with the former president about the security video. On the 25th, Nada and D'Oliveira meet at a security guard booth where surveillance video is displayed on monitors. D'Oliveira later steps into the audio closet with another employee and has a conversation. They said they should be kept between them. And then proceeds to tell an employee that the boss wants Mar-a-Lago surveillance video deleted. That's suspicious. So between the 22nd and the 27th, there was a lot of hush-hushing and sweeping and schwapping. The new charging documents include an exchange between D'Oliveira and an unnamed Trump employee. In the exchange, D'Oliveira says that the boss, presumably Trump, wanted the server storing security video deleted. When the other employee pushed back against the request, they insisted that the boss wanted it and asked, "What are we going to do?" The testimony echoes that given by former Trump attorney Michael Cohen when he testified before Congress in 2019, asked about whether Trump explicitly asked him to lie on purpose of money used to pay off an adult film actress, Stormy Daniels. Cohen said, "He doesn't give you questions. He doesn't give you orders. He speaks in a code, and I understand the code because I've been around him for a decade." Oof. Attempt to delete video could damage Trump argument that he was entitled to the documents. Why would he be entitled to take documents to his private home? That doesn't make any sense to me. The latest charges accusing Trump and his staff by trying to delete surveillance camera video provided prosecutors with a significant new tool to bolster their story to the jury. According to the superseding indictment, after Trump has served with the grand jury a subpoena to return the classified materials, Carlos allegedly told the director of IT at the club that the boss wanted the server deleted. Okay, we're kind of like going back and over. Some of the new charges in Trump Doc's case carry a maximum prison sentence of 20 years. So Trump faces 3 new charges as a result of the superseding indictment filed today, with maximum prison sentences from 10 to 20 years. I think that's each. In addition, the count of willful retention of national defense information has a maximum sentence of 10 years, while the 2 additional counts of obstruction relating to deleting security camera video have a maximum sentences of 20 years. Some of the charges from the initial indictment include the conspiracy and concealment counts, carry maximum prison sentences of 20 years. This is not looking good. So this new indictment may likely delay the May trial. Interesting. Carlos is also facing several charges: conspiracy to obstruct justice, altering, destroying, mutilating, or concealing an object, corruptly altering, destroying, mutilating, or concealing a document, recorded or other object, false statements and representations. I wouldn't even want to be a lawyer for that. Yeah, true, Mark. All right. I mean, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The man's not getting off too easily. It's just like one right after another, and there's uncovering and unveiling more things as they go along. It doesn't look good. I don't know how it's going to end. Hopefully with Trump in prison. I'm sure there'll be attempts to delay it, especially as the election is approaching. But we'll see where that goes. It's going to be an interesting back and forth. He communicates like a mob boss. Yeah, take care of Alfredo. I never said, yeah, he doesn't directly say things, but it's heavily implied, and people execute the orders. But I mean, if they're going off of that technicality, then couldn't all the people working for him just get in trouble and then he gets off scot-free? But I guess that probably is his point. He's not that smart, though. Not that smart. Alright, that's boring. Now, I've kind of like heard things here and there. I don't think we're going to be watching through this whole hearing about the UFOs, but just enough to just like sort of give some of our own commentary on that. So we'll probably be skipping through. Most likely going to be skipping through.
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing. Mr. Birch.
My whole thing with this is like, why is this coming out now? I'm sure people, I see a lot of people, they're like, this is a distraction, but a distraction from what? And then I'm seeing like several different answers. Like, is it a distraction from what the government's really doing? Like, what are they doing from the election? It just, how much attention can they draw to this? For how long? Especially when the majority of like the human population is like, oh, aliens? Yeah. Didn't you know?
Of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs.
I've seen a UFO. I've seen weird shit in the sky, like in my old neighborhood. I also like met Christo Ropolo, which has 2 documentaries about his. He's a very big UFO eccentric, and yeah, he's got 2 documentaries out. They're entertaining. You could find them. There's The Curse of the Man Who Sees UFOs, and then I can't remember what the second one's called.
The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AAR.
I'm still skeptical as shit, though. I don't know what I saw. I'm not going to sit there and say it's aliens. I've seen UFOs, but I've seen weird stuff in the sky that I don't know what it is. And my brain isn't going to automatically assume aliens. Certainly not.
To conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency.
I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today, and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Fravor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner.
It's so weird that we just have like a bunch of, like, we have information, we have experience with like some of this weird anomalous shit, but then we also just don't really have that much information at all at the same time. We're just kind of very nuancedly talking about this thing.
If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress. And I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings.
Yes, we've been around
But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over
to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I will yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to committee rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have my thing muted. Anyways, Ontology Dragon, good to see you. Saying that they're not giving up anything concrete, smells like a psyop. I think the intelligence community has been ramping up the UAP narrative for a few years. But yeah, but for what? What takes several years to cover, and why would the only way to cover said thing up would be through this method? Like through the to entertain humans with the idea of aliens. Like, why choose that? And what is it covering up?
Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust.
It could be to distract us from something or to prime us for something in the future. Yeah, but what? What? There's less knowledge about what it could be a psyop for than there is about the subject of these phenomena itself. You know what I mean? Like, there's more speculation and guesswork as to like what it is covering up than it is to just look at the situation and be like, gee, there's some weird shit in the sky. I wonder what it is.
In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers. And I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs.
Imagine these things being around so much that they have to be in the briefs for pilots. Like, hey, you're gonna see potentially some weird shit.
Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people.
Go ahead.
Reducing the stigma and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
It sounds like that's just like the main thing at stake here. Yeah, as Imaginista is saying, this could just be the step needed for more people to be able to come forward in this future. It sounds like too many people are experiencing these things to just sweep it under the rug. Like, it's literally fucking with people's lives. And when you get a group of enough people with their lives fucked, I mean, they're gonna get together and do something about it.
Just give me a little idea that.
And it sounds like they just want the relief of being able to, like, report these things openly. Imagine just experiencing all that and not having any sort of way to communicate that or talk about it or even really process it. Especially if you're just a run-of-the-mill pilot.
The degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up.
Ontology says it could also be an effort to increase military spending. I mean, that's a little more feasible, I think, but I don't understand why you would need to go this direction. Like, why wouldn't they just use good old-fashioned turning the country against another country type of you know, way, as they usually do? Like with 9/11, the war on terrorism.
To this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say, 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add from
that doesn't necessarily make it a
military
threat.
aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us.
I mean, it's not really going to do much for military spending if you don't know what it is that's threatening or how to make it less threatening by building a defense on your end. So I don't think military budget rising is a really good go-to for that.
And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do. and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard.
Interesting.
This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents.
I mean, why even do a briefing to begin with on the matter if you're not even going to provide a way for people to report things or talk about it? That's really interesting to me.
And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send this to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as the government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
We're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Favor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Favor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country. And that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Favor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's zero airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots?
Interesting. Have any of you seen a UFO? I've seen the old place I lived, because I would go out, I would stay up very late at night, and I would smoke cigarettes out in the balcony, and sometimes I'd see, like, it's almost like as if it was like a lantern, kind of like one of those Chinese lanterns, but it was like, it didn't move, it didn't blow in the wind or anything, and then would have like, sometimes it would just be like one solid color, sometimes it would like flash, sometimes I'd see them in the distance, just like balls over the bay, like over the ocean, like little balls in the sky that would like flash like different colors, and then just like kind of like disappear and then like appear like somewhere else, like really rapidly. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what the fuck that is. My first thought was like, it's gotta be like some military operated drone or something, because there is like a base like near where I live. There's like a whole airport where they have like fighter jets and everything like that. So I'm like, what are these, like some special drone or something? Also, I love that people use UFO as if they are actually talking about, like, aliens. That's not what UFO means. I feel like we have to go back to that, like, ABC again. UFO means unidentified flying object. If it's unidentified, then you don't know what it is. If you know what it is, if you're saying it's an alien, then it's not a UFO. Cassie says, as a kid, mom, sister, and I all watched this light zip around the sky in a non-airplane way. Yeah, that's weird. I like the new term, like an identified anomalous like phenomenon, because that could be so much more. That could be like Bigfoot. I don't know.
You've seen these off of
I don't know
our
what
East
that is.
Coast.
I have.
Okay. Mr. Favor.
I'm definitely more inclined to believe in Bigfoot than little green men flying around in saucers.
I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese communists.
TikToks aren't a candy; they're a breath mint, sir. Already.
App.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most?
Mark, so you're more inclined to believe in little green men than Bigfoot?
About the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly.
The performance. Absolute performance. It was...
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far
No,
beyond
if we did.
actually our material science that we currently possess.
If we did,
Are
then
you
it wouldn't
aware
be
of
an
any
issue.
other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay.
It's not like the German
Mr.
Bell or
Grush.
some shit like that.
Thank you for being here, brother.
Wasn't the German Bell like some weird German Bell? Hitler's anti-gravity machine? UFO conspiracy? Yeah, this is funny. Yeah, the Die Glock. I don't want to join shit. Has anybody ever heard of this? Ew, that sounds fancy. Like, I might get...
Don't be alarmed, I'm not self-medicating, but rather repeating some of the claims that have been made in the popular media and on the internet concerning a device known in German as Die Glocke, or in English, the bell, the existence of which is a hotly contested topic. As an historian, I've decided to seek out the truth behind the headlines and discover whether Die Glocke was a real machine, or whether the story is, as some suggest, bovine excrement. Die Glocke exists against a background of real history that is fairly astounding and historically indisputed. German scientists and engineers created a plethora of highly advanced machines that to a World War II audience would have seemed to be almost from the pages of science fiction. They built jet fighters like the Messerschmitt Me-262. The rocket interceptor, the Bachem Natter. The V-1 robot bomb, the V-2, the world's first practical ballistic missile, and plenty more besides. And all these weapons were built by a sinister, secretive regime that used slave labor and inhabited a world of vast underground bases worthy of a James Bond novel. In short, Nazi Germany was fertile ground for exaggerating historical truth. Die Glocke entered the public consciousness in 2000 in a book that spawned several more examining this phenomenon. All were in agreement that the man who created Die Glocke, or at least was administratively in charge, was SS Obergruppenführer Dr. Hans Kammler, the sinister head of the V for Vengeance weapons program. Fortunately for all concerned, Hans Kammler was straight out of Central Casting, an almost comic book Nazi villain who managed to disappear into thin air at war's end in May 1945, never to be seen again. I made a video about this disappearing act, link in the end screen. According to many internet sources, which all seem to reference the book I mentioned from 2000 and another from 2001, the SS designed and built the strange anti-gravitation craft, whose shape gave it the name the Bell, powered by a mysterious fuel called Zerum 525, otherwise known as red mercury. Die Glocke was very dangerous and unstable, but I won't describe how it was operated, as all explanations are entirely theoretical. Suffice it to say, the Bell was described as being between 12 and 14 feet tall and 9 feet wide, and made of 3-inch thick ceramic material. And just in case anyone was unaware of its origin, a large swastika was conveniently placed on the side for identification.
Gotta get that branding in.
So who actually built this device? Here we run into roadblocks, or more precisely, a complete lack of documentary evidence. This is unusual, as the Germans carefully recorded everything else that they did in World War II. Yet when it comes to Die Glocke, the paper trail is stone cold. In fact, it appears that the modern evidence for the existence of Die Glocke seems to rest on one author's alleged conversations with a Polish intelligence officer who had access to a secret dossier of material from the interrogation of SS involved with the project.
I love the word dossier. I don't know what about it pleases me to say and hear so much. Dossier.
Various names have been suggested, largely due to their proximity to real Nazi secret programs, one of the foremost being Dr. Werner Heisenberg. Heisenberg was one of the foremost German physicists to work for the Nazis and was a leader in the German atomic bomb program, which slowly and rather unsuccessfully attempted to construct a nuclear reactor, partially successful, and build an atomic weapon, unsuccessful, before the war ended. We know where Heisenberg was and what he was working on throughout the war.
Okay, anyways. Hey, Andy. It says most hearings are distractions from government's corruption and inaction. Yeah, but yes. Okay. I mean, I don't know. A hearing can be a distraction from something else. This has been done, but I don't understand why people say, like, this is a distraction and can't even offer anything remotely of a suggestion of to what it is they're distracting us from. And it's all performative. I don't think this is performative. I mean, these pilots' reputation is already on the line. They're not helping themselves by putting themselves out there like this. I don't really think there's anything in it for them. I think they just genuinely want to be able to talk about the subject.
Thank you all very much. Have you faced...
And I'm just thinking, by the way, I'm not criticizing anybody's like ideas or thoughts or anything. I'm thinking out loud.
Any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may...
If anything, this has got to be like the most tedious like fucking conference because we have these UAPs. We're recognizing they're there. We have testimonies of them. We don't have a lot of information about them. Like why this? Like it's so tedious to be talking about this thing that we recognize is there, but then having so little that we can really say on the matter because there's so much sensitive information intertwined with things. Like they're really at risk here.
Help provide somebody information, but it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank.
That sounds sad.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, skiff, we could talk.
I'm sorry.
Oh, very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in...
That's what I had to go back and listen to. Yeah, Mark is... Yeah, he just said yes to the murder question without saying yes. That's where I am extremely concerned now. Like, why people are being actively harmed about this situation. Actively harmed. And it sounds like killed.
If we could get in a confidential area, skiff, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario.
I wish there didn't have to be a skiff.
Mr.
I wish we
Faber,
could hear it all.
Do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects.
I'm more concerned about these pilots' safety right now than I am about like this being some weird extraterrestrial bang.
Objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay, I would also like to note for the record that...
Yeah, that's why I was looking up the German Bell, because there's the other thing. It's like, well, could this be like other countries developing technology that's like better than ours? And I'm just like... It's like, yeah, of course there's other countries trying to develop better technology than us, and there's always the competition there, but it's what they're describing it as is like, this is so far advanced, like nobody on Earth could be producing this sort of stuff. This shit is weird. Like, I feel like high without actually like smoking anything. Like, is this really happening right now?
like
Is
George
this the
Knapp
reality we
breaking
live
Area
in?
51. He's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good, Mr. Raskin.
No time. I kind of like his voice. It's just a monotone country drawl there. These pilots are out there seeing some strange craft in the sky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn.
Oh, you know, look at those people sitting on the ground there. That looks like a nightmare. Can you imagine sitting on the floor like that for like 2.5 hours? I could not do it. I would quit my job right there. Like, I'm not sitting there like that. Just makes my ass hurt, my back hurt just looking at that. Like, they're all shuffling around. Like, it can't be fucking comfy at all. Especially like we're an hour into this. Yeah, they're fidgety. Those poor people. They can't like design that in a way where like they can't like have like an orchestra pit, only it's like a cameraman pit, you know, to where they at least could be in chairs or something. That's just sad. They're sitting on the floor like this guy's cross-legged, like it's like a kindergarten like assembly.
Training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being
Interesting
conducted
that he
across the
uses
world.
the word enemy.
And
Yeah,
that's
which is
from,
probably a
the
reference to
Ultimate
like
Anomaly
China or
Resolutions
something.
Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
That's what's suspicious to me. It's not what they're saying. It's the organization's like trying so hard to silence them. For what? For why?
certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with.
Wow.
And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand.
I'll be right back. Grab a drink.
Understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
Yeah, it's a bizarre response. Like, I saw an alien. We'll kill you.
Administrative terrorism, that's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially, the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Arrow.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event. I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of this.
David says, I love the depth of questioning. Imagine if MTG or Lauren, like, Boebert was questioning there. Oh, MTG, it would immediately go to, like, something about the Jews. It would be something Jewish.
Security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the basic, not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were...
No, those engines are really loud and they have, like, headsets on. Like, there's no way they would really be able to hear much at all.
Spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces.
That's what creeps me out about these things. It's like they're zipping around and then it's like a fucking Twinkie in the air. It's like, what the fuck is that about? Do they have just like, do these beings or whatever the fuck they are, do they just not have like sleek corporate design features, you know? Like, they don't have a spoiler on there or anything. It's not even, they don't even need to be aerodynamic at all. You just have a Lego block soaring through the air, hovering about. That's a little bit creepy to me.
Of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay.
Yeah, and the G-forces. You know that thing that astronauts have to train for? They can hit up to maybe, what is it, like 9 G-forces, which is like insane, and you have to do like intense breathing exercises because it literally knocks the wind out of you. I thought I saw a TikTok or something of some guy going through, let's see. G-force test. No, not computer stuff. Oh, 20G? Yeah, this thing. Oh my god! This reminds me of that old James Bond movie. I think it's Moonraker, where like he had to do the training and then somebody came in and tried to sabotage the spinning machine and it was like going way crazy. If anybody ever watches James Bond, the old James Bonds, I love those. No. Okay, for one, I would never be caught dead in this thing. I can handle roller coasters, spinny loops, things like that, or, you know, vertical loops, things like that. I can't deal with spinning. I can't spin at all. I can't even, like, spin around in my chair for a couple times, or I will be, like, motion sickness for a week. Like, there's just something about my equilibrium. It can't tolerate much at all. Moonraker is good. God, which one is my favorite? It's at the tip of my tongue. It's the one with Grace Jones. And then it's, what's his face is the bad guy? That whole Silicon Valley-like thing. It's not A View to a Kill. Is it? There's a lot of old James Bond movies. The Spy Who Loved Me? Maybe. Oh, wasn't that like the first one, though? No, the first one was Goldfinger. No, the one I love most is with Timothy Dalton, who only did like 3. Okay, sorry, I got off track. Anyways, it's the one with, like, the voodoo stuff. It's great. I haven't really watched any of it. Like, as soon as they hit Pierce Bronson, I'm just like, eh. You have to do insane, like, pregnancy breathing. Like,
hold on to your strain on the way down, okay? All right, we are going to idle at this time, so kind of just sit back. It's be a nice slow spinner.
diamonds are forever.
Terminate, let go of the stakeholder strain, hold the strain, terminate. Terminate, let go of the stakeholder strain, coming down, relax.
Yeah, just relax while we spin you around really fucking fast.
So you're pushing.
I'm pushing.
Yeah, don't push.
So what am I pulling? Like there's nothing to like...
Anyways.
Set your feet.
What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go around?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
I mean, I get that politicians are performers, but I mean, what's performative about asking questions is my question. I know sometimes, and this is not on you, Andy. I'm just saying this in general. Like sometimes I feel like people distrust the government so much they literally attribute every single like breath of air they take to some sort of cover up or like some sort of scheme or plotting. I think we're just literally like watching these people like ask questions and try to get a grasp of what the fuck is going on.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs. So I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However,
hey,
the
Lee,
is
good
at
to
least
see
supposed
you.
to be notified if a waived or wave bigoted, unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Ooh, that sounds a little more specific.
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Aero thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Aero that I also interviewed, and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year.
Would you like to ride in my Chinese spy balloon?
The balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this to the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyer's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now you're sitting here today for a public testimony.
So weird how this is like relatively
on.
new.
You know,
you know what I mean? Like, it's just like within the last like previous few years. It's not exactly as if this stuff has been coming out since like the 60s or something.
I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential, and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah.
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay.
1930s.
Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, and we move like a
We've
glacier
already
as
done
soon as
the.
we announce
We've.
it. I'm sure the moving.
We've already done the plan to storm Area 51. It fell through. Okay, we've been there, done that.
But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information.
By the way, I really miss those days. I really miss those days of the internet where we were all seriously plotting to storm Area 51 with the logic that they can't shoot us all with their fucking 50 caliber fucking shots.
Both to the intel committees and the inspector general.
And we could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they...
Yes, the infamous Naruto run into Area 51.
Evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitive.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates, and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to...
Well, they turned you away because Gates was there, and everybody knows he's just going to take the alien and drug it.
Grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine
Have his
point
way.
on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines,
Shut
Title
up,
10,
Gates.
you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I
got
can
you.
go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge?
That's what I want to know.
I mean, we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. Lose over $1 billion and everything, and I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So, please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
I want to know what she
Okay,
says.
I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
which...
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Oh, I don't think so. The balloon had nothing to do with the railroad industry, and that was a problem. The railroad industry not regulating, that was already a problem by itself. They didn't need a balloon. It just happened that those two things happened, near each other.
Mr. Grush?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize. My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and a reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case.
Oh, the Phoenix Lights. I remember that.
There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector
It's
environment. Yeah.
not really
That would be good.
related,
Thank you.
dude.
So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report. Someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up.
I was thinking of that too, Mark. You're saying it's like the Borg. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director.
You got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified as TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. But I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said.
Nobody says that about people from Missouri.
In the public, Mr. Grush. And so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity... And
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay,
yeah.
So there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Now we're talking.
I'll to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guise of PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring.
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Interesting.
Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously witnessed.
Interesting.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yeah, that's what bugs me, is like, what would be the motivation for keeping this in place? Maybe they have asked that, and it's something that they can only put in the skiff.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need.
Yeah.
Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mays?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government? Of the 5% that are reported.
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So,
Do you believe
Wow.
that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Biologics. So weird,
Were
the
they,
term
I guess,
biologic.
human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
So what do
And
they
was
look
this
like?
documentary evidence, is video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy's here. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac shaped object?
That's correct. Well, for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Lozenge. No, nobody does. Nobody uses that word.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
Yeah. That's kind of the point.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious
No
investigations
super fast
to do.
breath
I
mints
really
in my
appreciate you being
airspace.
here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made.
Like people are just like leaving
I serve
the
on
room.
the national security.
Because I'll tell you what, this is really fascinating information, but this is also simultaneously like really boring as well. I wish it would have been like more, I don't know, punchy, just like a little bit. It's really slow paced. Like the information is interesting, but it's really slow paced.
Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question. Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Right. Exactly. Mark, it's like like how can you make something so fascinating and like mysterious so fucking boring? Like, this should be way more exciting. Yeah, I like the idea of the black cube and the transparent sphere. That's really interesting. The big red brick is really weird to me. Tic Tac, I don't know.
Fair assessment.
It's up there.
Mr. Fravor.
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Rush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
I don't
Yes.
think they really...
Yes.
Well,
possible.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters have become hot.
Yeah, but if they wanted to do whatever these things are, if they really wanted to do some real harm, wouldn't they have done it already?
Hostile. would you have had the capability to defend
Like,
yourself,
why
your crew,
wait?
your aircraft?
Absolutely.
Like, if they want to take the planet for resources or whatever, like, why wait? Like, we're kind of fucking it up. I think they would have done it already.
Not.
Sorry.
No.
Maybe they're just watchers. They're just watching us.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And
No.
could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor.
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What
No, I
was
don't
your
think so.
recollection of that?
What they would take
I can't
from
get into the
ocean.
specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown.
If it's for some sort of energy reasons, they're going as close to the Earth's core as possible to gather resources from there. Some sort of source of energy, maybe. Mining for minerals.
There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes. Mm-hmm.
That, I feel like, would be the motive for keeping this all hush-hush and silencing these people, is because whatever has been obtained is probably by private parties trying to be reverse engineered, and they don't want any public involvement in that. That would be my guess.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So, Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Miss Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Oh, extracting hydrogen. Interesting.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an
More
open mind
encompassing.
analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be,
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
You're referring to a public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. The Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously
That goes over
classified
my head.
NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I thank the witnesses for their endurance. And
Could there be something like besides water or hydrogen that they'd be interested in? I mean, like I said, what closest, you'd get to the closest to the core of the Earth, like through the ocean. Could there be something there?
service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you
He almost
formed
seems like really
any
amused.
general conclusions about what you think you experienced?
Like almost excited.
Yes, I think what we experienced was
a little bit,
like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush.
Or maybe they just like grilling up some
You've been able to
fish.
answer
Yeah.
in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just
They're after the giant squid, you know, they're really into calamari.
explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah,
It's a
based on my
delicacy.
Dopser security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
I mean, the source of life on this planet is from the sea, so maybe they're studying it to understand us better or something. I don't know. Why would they need to? I'm just like, I'm totally talking out my ass. Speculation, darlings. Speculation.
Session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've
Looking for the
encountered
megalodon.
the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was
50 feet when flying. Yeah, that's really fucking close.
Over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush.
Purely a sense of duty. I first swore an oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of uniform.
Commander.
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
I was pestered by a friend.
This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So, let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Cool.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, To our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for...
I think that's good enough there. Very interesting. I don't think it's a distraction from something else. I think it sounds like this is a legitimate issue so much that they keep running into these things. They have to have it in their briefings before they send new pilots out, and the reports are just getting more and more and more. It's something that's just... it's there, and it definitely needs to be addressed and dealt with, and there needs to be some policy put into place so that these people can have some protection in coming forward and talking about these things in order for the public to understand it better. It's obvious there's got to be some sort of private corporation or companies or organizations or whatever that are... I would have to say my best guess is they have some of this, like, phenomena material and stuff. They have information and they're trying to reverse engineer it or just have it so that they can develop something out of it. That is my speculation as to why it's being covered up so much. As to what the actual UAPs are, I have no fucking clue. I definitely don't think it's like the quintessential little green men like coming in a flying saucer. I don't think that's probable. If anything, it's probably something more along the lines of like interdimensional whatever. But who's to say? We don't know. We literally don't know. The only information we have is that there are things in the air that are doing things that we aren't capable of. But anyways, my friends, it's so good to see you all. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm going to skedaddle because I am starving. I want to eat and I want to relax for the rest of the evening. I wash my hands of this weirdness. Between Ben Shapiro, Trump, and this has been a rather interesting news week. Don't ask, don't tell policies, but for aliens, yeah, totally. We're finally at the point where everyone's bored of keeping a secret. Could be space travelers. I don't think so. You can't... It's impossible to go faster than light. So whatever's doing whatever movement, it's got to be from outside, like, the space-time domain. Because there's absolutely no way to travel faster than light. Like, this isn't Star Trek. Thank you so much to our moderators, Mark, Susan, and Cassie. I think Susan and Philip are going live tomorrow with a guest, and I am going to be moderating the stream, or moderating the chat room. And Elise. And we're still scared of alien potential. I mean, we don't have any reason not to fear alien stuff. It's so good to see you all, though. Good night, everybody. Good night, Susan. Good night, Imaginista. And Mark. Lee, good to see you. And please go to Susan's live stream tomorrow on the Neogenian Oculus. Good to see you, Mac Geek. Melinda Mayhem. Good luck at your doctor tomorrow. Good night, good night, good night, dear Zetas. How long have we been streaming? Oh, we just hit over 4 hours? Yeah, that's plenty. Plenty, plenty, plenty. All right, take care. Have a good weekend. I will see some of you tomorrow. And then on Monday, of course, you know, the usual other live streams. We will see you again next Friday. Stay weird, my friends. Good night.